Good evening. It is 6:30. Members of council are assembled when you're ready to begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this committee of the whole meeting of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores and welcome all members and welcome everyone in the room with us this evening and everyone joining us via the live stream. We're glad everybody is with us. Second item on the agenda is the land acknowledgement, and the Vice Deputy Mayor has that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation. We understand this land holds immense significance to the people of Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors as stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions they have made in both caring for the land and shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledging the truth about what happened to Indigenous peoples because of colonization, and to reconciliation, which begins with each and every one of us. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture, to fostering a better relationship with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation.
Okay, thank you very much. Next item is disclosure of pecuniary interest. Ask any member if you have one of those you'd like to declare at this time. Seeing none, of course, you can do that any time if you need to. Next is additions, deletions, and amendments. I would just like to make one change by consensus if possible. And I gather most of the folks in the gallery here are interested in item 8.2.3, High Street Reconstruction Cenotaph Upgrade Final Design. I'd like to move it up to the beginning of the staff reports to follow delegations. Is there any objection? I see no objection, so we will make that amendment to the agenda. So then we'll move on to open forum, and we have two requests for open forum presentations. And just remind the folks who are speaking in the open forum that council has allotted 3 minutes for each of our open forum delegations, so we would appreciate it if you would stick to that timeline. So our first open forum presentation is from John Willits, Southampton Community Cenotaph Committee, and he's here to talk to us about item 8.2.3, High Street Reconstruction and Cenotaph Upgrade File Design. Mr. Willits.
That works good. Okay. My time starts now. I have to read this so that I'm done in 3 minutes. Thank you for another opportunity to speak to you about the Southampton Cenotaph project. The Southampton Community Cenotaph Committee is an independent group that comprises of long-term members of the current and past executive of the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 155 here in Southampton. It includes veterans. The committee includes veterans, representations from the Saugeen First Nations, and many esteemed and trusted advisors from clergy to local historians and some who've actually participated in its original construction, or their parents did anyway. On behalf of the committee, I've been directed to propose that the current cenotaph to be left in its current form with natural and normal maintenance. Perhaps in the future, a more complete design or options can be developed, and perhaps more community input couldn't be received to improve on that. Now, you may recall back to one of the many presentations that I made to this executive, is there was a knee wall concept that I presented to you in a PowerPoint, and it was from June of '84. That's 40 years ago. So we know that this can't be rushed and requires professional and experienced design monument men. Our committee is proud of the professional and qualitative research that we did complete, and the monument experts provided us with over 30 different designs and concepts, and with further input and direction, we are finally able to work that down to a few. I personally hired architect John McDonald to do more detailed drawings of these final 4 or 5 concept drawings, integrating them with the street design that had already been done for the BIA. We then got further feedback from the community experts, BIA, Legion, executives of the day, past mayors, clergy, and presented that information to you. I lost my spot. Okay. By this time and at this juncture, we were hoping that there'd be more detailed design fleshing that out, as well as other viable options to be available. Our committee will continue long-term dedicated to the work and development of concepts and options for a Southampton appropriate expression of gratitude and respect to those that served from this grateful community. Based on our presentations, many selfless donors came forward and are still in the wings. To them, I'm sorry for the delay and confusion and thank them for their continued and dedicated dedication to this project.
Very good. Thank you. So our second open forum delegation is from Terry Beaulieu, and she is also here to speak to us about High Street and the Cenotaph.
Hi. I really don't have a poll for speech like Mr. Willett. I basically just have one question, because everything I've read on everything Southampton, on Facebook, from what I've heard about the revitalization of High Street, it's not wanted. So my question is, why? That's the charm of Southampton. That's when you stand anywhere on the main street, you can see the water. The cenotaph has been there for decades. It should be maintained, but it should reflect what people want. So again, my only question is why? Why change it? Why not respect what people are their opinions, the people that live here, people that work here? And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much, but I would like an answer to my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that brings us to the end of our open forum presentations. Now we're on to delegations, and we have 3 delegations this evening. And I'll just remind all of our delegations, the council's allotted 10 minutes for each of our delegations. So I ask you to hang close to that timeline if possible. Our first delegation is from Councillor Cheryl Grace and Neil Minaj. Councillor Grace is the chair of the Municipal Heritage Committee, and Neil is a member of that committee, and they're here with their budget presentation. So I guess who's starting? Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just make a brief presentation that Neil is a member of our committee, and he's going to be presenting the committee's request for a summer student to assist with some of our research.
Thank you, Councillor Grace, for the introduction. Mr. Mayor, members of council and staff, appreciate it. So this request is, you have a report in front of you, and it's requesting approval for a summer student position to provide research and organizational support for our heritage-related projects. The background on this is that one of the committee's ongoing action items is to revise and create new material for our heritage tours, walking, driving, and biking. During our term, the subcommittee worked on updating the existing Port Elgin walking tour. We didn't finish it. There's lots of work to do there. And after hearing a presentation that we held with our committee about tourism apps on the computer apps, like, or on your phone, all of the things, the committee discussed what would be needed to update the existing heritage resources and create new material. There is so much potential for these tours. Our committee just recently learned that our town's economic development team is working with Saugeen Ojibwe Nation to develop a tour which integrates heritage sites of both communities. These tourism apps are designed to provide itineraries that include food, retail, and additional tourism destinations. So we decided on 3 main priorities: updating and creating the heritage tourism materials, revising and updating existing heritage property lists, such as the Heritage Register and designated properties list, reviewing and cataloging town archival-worthy records in partnership with the Bruce County Museum and Archives. Staff have continued to support us and enlighten and educating us with information about the potential and process for obtaining a summer student to assist with these tasks. We have already discussed this with the Marine Heritage Society, who received a full grant funding for 3 summer students last year. If they are similarly successful this year, they would be willing to share one of their students. So you are familiar with our modest budget, and if the Marine Heritage Partnership doesn't materialize, the committee is requesting that the recruitment of this position proceed at an anticipated cost of 13,500 through a Canada Summer job position, which is 16 weeks, 35 hours per week, and would be paid in accordance with the town policies for student wages. The work the student could accomplish would be very beneficial for the heritage projects, especially as they support economic and cultural development. Respectfully, we being Heritage Committee, I'm sure you've heard of the old adage, being able to do more with more, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, and to you both. And just a note before there's any questions or comments, of course, you made a request, financial request of council, and so we will refer our discussion on that to our 2025 budget discussions, which resume on Wednesday. But in the meantime, are there questions or comments from members on the delegation? Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this could go to either Councillor Grace or to Mr. Minaj. Will the work get done if you're sharing a third student?
So the short answer is that the amount of work that we're requesting is probably way more than one student can do in 1 year, but it's a start. And so we're not saying that it's a completed piece of work. We're saying that this is a large scale piece of work that's going to take many years to complete. Does that answer that?
Thank you.
Further questions from members? I don't see any, so thank you both. And as I say, we'll resume discussions on that on Wednesday. So our next delegation is from Andrew Kennedy. He's the Port Elgin BIA chair, and he's here to give us the board's annual report. Mr. Kennedy.
Raise this up a little bit. Good evening, council. Thanks for having me tonight. Good evening, fellow community members. My name is Andrew Kennedy, and I'm the chair of the Port Elgin BIA. There we go. So to go over a year from 2024, I think it was a really big success and a great success for our BIA. We took on a lot of new challenges. We set a bit of a plan and we put it into motion. And I think overall it was very successful. I think as far as the most recent years, it's probably the most transformation we've had. And we've kind of established a bit of a program that our downtown and our businesses can expect to have every single year. So in 2025, we really want to promise to continue to be ambitious and stick to our program and continue to create good events and beautify our downtown area in Port Elgin. When it comes to a BIA, we look at two things, our two main focuses. And one is the promoting an events and driving feet traffic downtown. And the other is streetscape and beautification. And last year, I think we really did a good job with that, hosting a few events consistently throughout the year downtown, as well as creating a few new, I would say, artistic feelings downtown, and as well as keeping up flower pots and the regular things that you would see year to year downtown Port Elgin. And as we go forward, we'd like to continue with that and really create a fun, creative place to be. And when people drive through downtown Port Elgin, we want them to be excited and pull off and stop for lunch instead of just driving through because something catches their eye. And that's a big part of the beautification that we want to focus on. So as far as our finances go for 2024, we have a levy of about 33,000. And last year we were sitting on a significant amount of money that was sitting there from previous years. So I think a lot of that was passed along through COVID. Events couldn't happen and it was just a bit of a standstill. So last year we were really able to, we had the committee and we had the plan in place to put that money to good use. And I think we really did that. We held consistent events and used the money in good places. So we had about 111,000 we spent about 101. And then this year, we are proposing that we double our levy. We're at that point because we feel our levy is very low. When we speak to OBIA, we actually do have one of the lower levies in Ontario for a downtown of our size and with our growth. So we're proposing that we double our levy up to 66,000 to essentially just continue what we did last year. We're not looking to take on anything really ambitious. We just want to continue our very strong and sturdy plan and give something that businesses can depend on and continue a bit of growth downtown. If we stay where we're at, I feel like we're really going to hit a wall and we're going to go back to kind of where we were at previous years where we couldn't do a lot. And we're pretty driven to continue to make downtown Port Elgin a much better place to be. Further that, the board in our latest meeting, we also did pass a motion that we would like to begin to look into expanding the boundary of our levy and our catchment area. So essentially that would mean we're looking, instead of just businesses within our catchment area right now, which is from, what everyone would basically consider downtown from one end to the other, we're looking at we would like to expand that from one sign of Port Elgin to the other. So when we look at downtown, it is a collective. And we feel that instead of just downtown businesses contributing to that, we feel like everyone in the community has parts of downtown. It benefits everyone. And I think if we have a strong downtown core and with that's a little bit lively, entertaining, a nice place to be, I think it's going to drive more business in this community. It's going to drive more people to want to live here. And I think it's a really important step that we take and that we start to look into. And that's something that I believe is now kind of on the table, and we're going to be looking into that. So this is the 2024 budget. Very hard to see up there, but essentially we had our different events throughout the year. We had a nice, we had a little kickback from the town for the 25th anniversary celebration, and we put that to good use with our street dance on August 6th. That was a very good success. So that's our 2024 budget there. Our 2025 draft budget, we're essentially looking to do a lot of the same things. We do have some other costs that are coming up, whether we can spend them this year or they need to get moved down the line, but we do need new flower pots. We need a lot of things for the downtown that, everyone just sees driving by that you expect to see downtown Port Elgin. That's something that comes out of our budget, and, a lot of those things are going to come up due. On top of that, we want to continue with our events. So like I had mentioned, in 2025, we're not really planning to do anything different than we did last year. We want to continue that growth that we had and put on consistent events throughout the year, as well as add to the beautification downtown. So in this budget, we have a few things like we would like to allot some money towards an art installation if we could do that. And we'll continue to look for grants as well. But as it went last year, we didn't get any grants. We applied to a bunch, but we didn't get any. We'll try again and try to get some other funds that way. But we have a good solid plan for the year going forward. And we just like to, I feel like we owe the downtown businesses and the community as a whole a service to make downtown strong and an exciting place to be. And I think our budget puts us in a good place for that. So the key focuses on our strategic plan, number one is the value of membership. So when we look at businesses, we want to provide service to them. So if they're able to talk to us and tell us what they need, we want to be able to help them and promote their businesses. It's our job as the Downtown BIA to make it a good area to do business. And by taking in some of their ideas and working collectively with businesses, we can make it happen. The other one is marketing promotions. And in the budget as well for 2025, we do have some media put in there as well, so we can start to promote a few businesses and the downtown itself on social media and on our website. Streetscape and improvements, we want to create an inviting environment like I spoke about. and partnerships, essential for the interests of local business. We're representing the municipal planning and policies. So last year for 2024, some of the beautification things that we did cover, we did get new street banners to promote the farmers market. And they were throughout downtown, and not only the farmers market, but also for people to dine downtown, shop downtown. And I think overall those look pretty good hanging up there. Flower baskets, again, every year that's something we cover and it comes out of our budget. And every year we're kind of looking at ways to improve it. We're looking at other communities, seeing what they have, and just trying to stay current and trying to make our downtown very visually attractive. Holiday decorations, we're trying to every year as Christmas comes around, we're trying to step up that environment as well and make it a fun place for people to want to shop downtown and go visit the tree and check out Coulter Parkette. And we just had our shoppers night, and you know, despite the weather, it was a very successful night, and a lot of the businesses say the same thing. Again, we also do Easter in the Parkette and set up a few decorations for that as well. So promotion and events for 2024, some of the things I was talking about, here's a little list of what we actually did. So we did in February, we hosted a family hockey day. It was in the middle of a snowstorm. It was a bit blizzardy of a day, but we held it and it worked out pretty good. We're not going to do that again this year just because of the weather aspect, but it was something we wanted to try. We'll do the Easter egg hunt again in April. June, we did art in the alley, which was very cool. We commissioned Julian from Great Huron Tattoos. He did an art project that I'm sure you've seen beside Rosina's, as well as some hanging lights in that alleyway. And so we used a portion of that budget to create a permanent art display in that alley, and kind of a moment for people to stop and want to take a picture and, you know, post to their Instagram or Facebook. And we hope this year as well to do to add something else to that alleyway and kind of make up a really cool space that you wouldn't expect driving through town. And that also helps people find a parking lot that might not be known about. So that was kind of the idea behind that. August, the street dance, we did that with the 25th anniversary committee. It was a great success. And a lot of really good feedback from people. And November, we just did the shoppers night again this year, and that's something we're going to do every year.
So we have passed over 10 minutes there, Andrew.
Oh,
so if you
sorry.
could wrap it up.
Yeah, no, I can certainly wrap it up. Farmers market was a big success. We're going to just keep that going as we did last year in that new location. And yeah, we're just going to look to keep a strong BIA. And yeah, thank you for your time tonight.
That's great. Thank you very much. And as with the previous delegation, you've got your budget here, and we're going to refer that to our 2025 budget and business plan discussions in a couple of days. But if there's questions and comments, in the meantime, we'll take those now. We'll go Halpin and then the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Just a couple quick questions, Andrew. Have you surveyed your members and how they feel about doubling the levy?
Yeah, so we did have our annual meeting, and the members that did show up didn't seem to have a big issue with that, because the levy is very low right now. So we're looking to only raise it to what we would consider still a very reasonable amount, as well as one that's feasible and isn't going to be a huge cost towards the businesses.
Okay, thank you.
So the Vice Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Grace.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Andrew. And I think your new location for the market certainly did work out well.
Yeah, it did. We had record numbers
Yeah.
throughout the whole summer.
Seemed to.
Yeah.
I attended a few times, and they're very well attended. At the budget meeting last week, I talked a little bit, and a few of the members did talk about expanding the area of the BIA to try and increase your assessment. And
Yep.
I like the idea of the hiring a full-time coordinator for Southampton and Port Elgin combined. We have a BIA coordinator, and I think right now one of the positions in Port Elgin might be 10 hours a week, and the other one 15, 20. I'm not sure the exact hours.
Yeah,
but,
yeah, around that. Yeah.
But I think that's a really, really good idea, and it's going to obviously add $50,000 or $75,000 to your budget, and you have to find that revenue. So, are you? Can you just explain to council your thoughts around expanding the area of the BIA, and I'm talking about Canadian Tire and Walmart and Ideal Supply, the dollar stores and those sorts, that type of shopping. Have you thought about expanding the area of the BIA? Because that brings in new assessment, obviously.
That's
'Cause
what
you
we
gotta-
want to do.
So you
yeah.
got to pay for the coordinator somehow. So just, can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so it was on the table when I first joined the BIA. It was something that was brought up by Addison, our previous chair. And it just never really kind of came through. But the idea, we're trying to gain motion with it, and we're dealing with Southampton BIA as well. And we're dealing with Amanda at the town as well. And she's kind of helping us put a plan in place to actually set that forward. Because we do feel like, yeah, expanding that area and getting the community and all the businesses in it to kind of contribute a little bit instead of continually raising levies for downtown business owners and kind of share the load throughout the town to make it a downtown really, really cool place.
This is a follow-up, Mr. Mayor, then I'll finish. Have you had any preliminary discussions with the Walmarts of the world and the Canadian Tires?
We're just in those stages now.
And good luck with that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Grace, and then Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Andrew. And a big thanks to your board and all the members of the BIA. I just wanted to commend you for putting together an excellent presentation and also to jump ahead and thank Sarah and her team from Southampton as well, because we can't say enough about the fact that this is a volunteer position for you and all of the folks in the BIA who work so hard to keep our downtowns beautiful and vital. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Cheryl. It's very nice.
Thank you, Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks, Andrew, for the presentation and kudos for doing that job. It's not an easy job, I'm sure. With all the events that you put on throughout the year, and there's a whole bunch of groups that exist in the town that put on events. There's, the Lions Club puts on events, and the Legion puts on events, and the Rotary clubs put on events, and Chamber of Commerce puts on. How do people know that an event or something like the farmers market is hosted by the BIA? Do you have a branding? Do you have flags?
Yeah, we do. We just added that this past summer, actually. So when we got some of those flags for the polls downtown, we got a little bit of print material as well for the farmers market that has BIA on it and a few other items like that.
And do you have a website where some member of the public can go and say,
We do.
okay, so the BIA has their own website?
Yeah.
And are all the businesses in the downtown members of the BIA?
Yes.
Okay, do they all know that? Because I was into a newish business the other day, and I started talking to this proprietor and said, are you a member of the BIA? And that person, I won't say he or she, but they said, no, but we're members of the chamber.
So the BIA is something that would come, whether it comes from the business owner or the actual landlord, but everyone within our catchment area is a part of the BIA. So some businesses choose to be more involved than others. And one thing we're really actually trying to do is reach out to all these businesses and say, listen, we are here. We want to help. We're trying to make downtown better. Like, come to the meetings. Any ideas you have, come help us. Join the committee. We need help. So
You're paying for it anyway.
yeah, that's exactly it. It's
Yeah.
being paid for, and we have we're just the ones managing the money, trying to make some nice things happen.
All right. Well, it looks like an ambitious plan you have going forward for 25, and I wish you all the best luck in that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions or comments? Well, I just would reiterate what Councillor Gray says. Thank you for your work at this, Andrew. And actually, this all the years I've seen business plans and updates from the BIAs, the ones that both Southampton and Port Elgin have produced this year are the best by far. I mean, you guys have produced really excellent business plans and reports for council this year. So I really appreciate the level of work you've put into that and the quality of that work. And I would say too that the Port Elgin BIA has expanded before. It expanded in my time on council. It was actually originally only 3 blocks, I think, of the downtown, and then it was expanded out from that. When I first came on council, its budget was $8,000, and it had been that way since 1982. So it's one of those things that's very difficult to, it's a slow moving beast, but what it takes, in my experience, to make it work is a group of people who are energetic about it, who will take hold of it and turn it into something. It just doesn't materialize into something on its own. It requires dedicated, excited people who want to take and make something happen with the money and do more if possible. So, and you're obviously, you and your board are those people. So thank you for that. And I know that our staff will be there to back you up in terms of the work that needs to be done on expansion and strategic planning and all the other things that you need to do to be able to realize the vision you have for the organization. So we're eager to work with you and excited to see you succeed.
Oh, that's great to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I got 2 kids to put to bed.
All right.
Have a good night.
Get those kids to bed. So our third and final delegation is from Sarah Porter, and she is the Southampton BIA Chair, and she's here to tell us about the Southampton Board, the BIA Board Annual Report. Take it away, Sarah.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and staff. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Southampton BIA Board. This evening, I'd like to touch on 3 key topics: the High Street Revitalization Project, the introduction of our 2024 strategic plan and annual report, and the presentation of our 2025 budget and promotions and events schedule. First, we would like to express our enthusiastic support for the current plan of the High Street Revitalization that you are about to see. As you may recall, the BIA presented a vision for this important project last year, and we are pleased to see the alignment between the current design and the priorities we outlined. Our members believe that revitalizing High Street is essential for maintaining Southampton's reputation as a charming and welcoming destination for residents and visitors alike. From improving the overall streetscape and infrastructure to enhancing the visual aesthetic and experience, this project will strengthen our downtown core as the heart of the community. As the project progresses, we look forward to collaborating with staff, council, and RJ Burnside on the street-level details of the design, like all art and cultural installations, public seating and gathering spaces, and aesthetic enhancements that reflect Southampton's unique charm. I'd also like to thank town staff and RJ Burnside for their hard work to go through all the comments that were received and prepare the current plan based on the feedback. Next, I am excited to formally introduce the Southampton BIA's 2024 strategic plan. The Southampton Board has worked diligently to develop a comprehensive strategic plan for the next 4 years. This will always be evolving and is designed to guide our efforts in supporting local businesses, enhancing our community appeal, and promoting sustainable growth over the next 4 years and beyond. 3 of our key focus areas are expanding tourism, cultural integration, and the value of our membership. In addition to the strategic plan, I'd like to present the 2024 annual report, which highlights accomplishments from the past year. These include new and returning events that brought visitors to our downtown, including our annual Live at the Lake, our ongoing festive events. Make sure to order your Santa suit for December 20th Santa Summit. It's not too late. And the 25th celebration event. New street banners with beautiful Indigenous art from local artists and new light displays to complement our Christmas tree. The introduction of a member resource program, professional photography, and the Southampton BIA gift card program. Our annual report provides a snapshot of how the BIA continues to serve its members and community and our broader community. Finally, I'd like to discuss 2025. Our budget for 2025 is the same as 2024. When we increased our levies in 2024, we told our membership that we would maintain this rate for 2025 to ensure we have their support in the program before any additional increases. Highlights of the budget draw from our strategic plan and include funding for marketing and events designed to drive foot traffic year-round, beautification projects that complement the High Street Revitalization Plan, and continued investment in member support and outreach. Our 2025 events and promotions calendar sees Live at the Lake, Festive Fridays, Santa Summit, and Christmas in Southampton, which was a first this year, a collaboration of artisan markets between 6 different Southampton community groups. And we have more interested to join us next year. We'll be returning and holding down our events schedule. We're leaning into our Love at the Lake promotion in February with a matinee and evening romance movie at the town hall. And by popular request after last year's Santa Summit, a Leprechaun Leap pub crawl in March. And we're excited to add a wine and cheese fest in April, featuring award-winning Ontario wines and cheeses and a dinner and pairing. Our 25th anniversary dinner and street dance with the foam machine was a huge hit, and we have decided to bring it back on Friday, August 8th and revive the Southampton Shindig. All of our events are listed on a Google Calendar that you can subscribe to on our website so you don't miss a single event. The Southampton BIA is fully committed to working with council and staff to achieve shared goals for downtown revitalization and economic development. The High Street Revitalization Project represents a significant step forward, and we are confident it will serve as a foundation for a bright future in Southampton. I'd like to say thank you to the BIA board, Kendall Sawyer, Sarah Fritzley, Amanda Deere, Ravinder Singh, and John Davinsky, our coordinator Lisa Mills, and our committee volunteers for their hard work over 2024, to the Town Works Department for their support year-round and putting up all of our sparkly lights, and to Amanda Monahan for her work as our Community Development Officer. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And as before, we will refer your 2025 budget to council's budget discussions on Wednesday. So thank you for that. And are there questions or comments from members? I don't see any, so I might just repeat what I said before, because I think it's where you should hear it the same as Andrew did, and it's worth repeating. I thank you for your work and to your board for their work in running the Southampton BIA. It's a really exciting and energetic BIA. I barely recognized you tonight, Sarah, because last time I saw you, you were dressed as Mrs. Claus. And I think that just shows sort of the level of enthusiasm and energy that you personally have for the BIA. And that's infectious, you know. People feel it, and you can feel it in Southampton. You know, you go to the tree lighting, or you go to the 25th event, or any of the number of events you guys put on in the year. You can feel the energy that your board has and the love you have for downtown Southampton. And I know, you know, that sentiment, you know, means that the work you do is always very good. So thank you for that work, and we thank you, and we look forward to working with you through 2025.
Well, thank you, and enjoy your next one.
Okay, we will. Thanks very much. All right, so that brings us to the end of our delegations, and we're on to reports of municipal officers and committees. And so we have moved 8.2.3 up to the top of the list. So that's the High Street Reconstruction and Cenotaph Upgrade Final Design Report, and we'll turn that over to the Manager of Engineering to give us the report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the council. So today we are here to present the final design for High Street reconstruction and our recommendation for the Cenotaph upgrade on the next steps. As you know that we retained RJ Burnside for both of this project, and the final design plan has been revised since it was first brought forward to the public in July 2024. The recommended final design presented through this report reflects comments received at the Public Information Center final meeting with Southampton BIA on November 5th, 2024, and other opportunities made available by the town to solicit feedback as presented to council on October 28th. The final design addresses the main concern of loss of parking for the High Street project, while achieving upgrades to revitalized High Street. So we have here Mr. Victor Bodenau from RJ Burnside. He will just present the final design, and also will answer any questions if we have here today. Vic. Back up here.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors, for the opportunity to be here today and speak on behalf of the design team for the High Street Revitalization Project. My name is Vic Bodenau. I'm an engineer with RJ Burnside. And also on behalf of HT Lamb, our landscape architect, I'll be presenting the status of the Cenotaph upgrades. Unfortunately, HT is unable to attend this evening due to illness. So Burnside was hired to advance the concept plan for High Street that was commissioned by the SBIA. Our first step was to develop preliminary engineering drawings based on this vision. The preliminary design was presented at the PIC on July the 4th. The town then initiated 5 platforms to solicit feedback from the community, including comment sheets and online surveys and questionnaires. The road redesign that is being presented today addresses the public's main concern of loss of parking spaces. However, downtown upgrades have still been implemented using streetscape and landscape features. Following the PIC, presentations were made to the SBIA committee and their AGM to share the results from the feedback and proposed changes to the design. The summary of the feedback results was also presented to council on October 28th. Revised plans have since been posted on the town's webpage, Engage Saugeen Shores. With an already limited number of spaces on High Street, the following design modifications were made to address the public's main request: to please increase the number of parking spaces shown on the PIC preliminary design plan. So what did we do? Curb extensions at intersections have been designed smaller to allow for more parking spaces. The 2 proposed EV parking spaces at the west end of the project have been replaced with regular parking spaces. The existing mid-block crossing between Huron Street and Grosvenor Street was removed and replaced with parking spaces. The 2 proposed mid-block crossings and pedestrian signals between Grosvenor Street and Victoria Street were removed and replaced with parking spaces. Typical sized angle parking spaces have also been applied. So here is the impact of the design changes on parking. The existing conditions on High Street have 207 parking spaces. We showed a reduction of spaces on the PIC preliminary plan of 142. So that was a significant reduction in spaces. However, I'm happy to advise that this revised plan that we're presenting today has 203 parking spaces on High Street. So the overall reduction is only 4. It's also important to note is that included with the total of spaces on the revised plan are 14 proposed accessible parking spaces compared to the 11 that exist today. And not included in these totals are an additional 8 parking spaces for motorcycles or scooters. And those were positioned where there is insufficient space to accommodate a car. So here are other recommended design decisions that we have implemented. The PIC design plan was modified to address the main concern of parking along High Street. But what we heard as well is that it was still important to have us focus on the following: improve the experience for all users by implementing upgrades where possible, and to enhance the vibrancy of the downtown core to help make High Street a year-round destination. As a result, the following design improvements also being recommended now for a best fit solution for the community. So in this slide here, I'm just going to point out some of the major changes that we've incorporated into the plan. We are proposing always stops at all the intersections. We're reducing the posted speed limit from 40 to 30 kilometers an hour, adding bike symbols and signage to highlight cycling traffic. Pedestrian crossings will be highlighted either with colored concrete or something similar. We've removed the proposed painted loading zone between Huron to Grosvenor. And what we heard was that this is mostly a residential block, and there was no desire to have a delivery zone within that block. And we also removed the existing mid-block crossing. So you can see that to the right of the slide. The existing mid-block crossing now occupies potentially 4 parking spaces that are now being implemented in the plan. So the drop-off zone. So this is the area to the west. We've highlighted that. So this will be on a time limit for people to drop visitors or family, relatives, friends off and then park elsewhere on the street. We are planning to highlight it with some brick pavers to enhance the aesthetics of that. It'll be surrounded with mountable curbs, so it's easily accessible for pedestrians. Landscape plantings will be incorporated to buffer homes where we have incorporated angled parking between Huron and Front Street. Now that's on the north side of the street to the right of the screen. Currently, cars park in that area using a parallel parking. This will provide more parking opportunity. However, we have received some concern from residents about the headlights shining into the homes from this configuration. And as such, what we plan to do is meet with all the residents individually and discuss opportunities for buffering the lighting. The existing raised islands extended now with mountable curb. So you can see that within the intersection. Having the extended islands will make it a little safer for cars turning and also protect the Cenotaph area, which I understand has been hit once or twice in the past. This is the business block. It's between Grosvenor and Albert Street. There is a desire to have and use the center lane as a loading zone. So what we've done is we've delineated that, but also hoping to use that for opportunities for seasonal pop-up shops and market events. As well, we've been asked to look at opportunities to incorporate a gateway feature somewhere along Albert Street, just letting people know who are entering the area that there is opportunity to visit the businesses. That is under review. And in our final block, we did remove the mid-block crossing, as I mentioned before. Also remove the raised island. There was concern from a number of residents about the restrictive nature of entering that area and also potential conflicts with emergency services. So that island has been removed. And finally, this also provides for an opportunity to incorporate a gateway feature at Victoria Street, which is also under review. So our next steps, if approved by council, our next step at Burnside and with the town is to complete the detailed design of the revised plan. We also, with that, need to come up with a construction cost estimate. And based on that, we can develop a phasing schedule. Construction is planned for 2025 and 2026. So that concludes my presentation for High Street. I also have the presentation for the Cenotaph. I'm not sure if you'd like to go through questions now, or I'll continue on. So assessing the condition of the cairn and cross and reviewing the options whether to restore or replace the elements form part of the High Street reconstruction project with respect to its representation of the community members who served and sacrificed in war. Burnside was hired to develop the next steps in the process based on community feedback and in consultation with the Legion Branch 155 and the Cenotaph Committee. The Cenotaph features were constructed by returning veterans in 1958, and it was recently cleaned and repointed by the Legion's volunteers in September 2024. At the Public Information Center on July 4th, Burnside showed the following proposed design options of the Cenotaph elements. Option 1 was to rebuild or restore the existing cairn and cross. That option was proposed by the Legion. Option 2A was a proposed 2-stone column option that the staff committee had derived. Option 2B was the 2 stone columns, including the existing cairn and cross. And option 3 was to rebuild and restore the existing cairn and cross with the memorial wall. So the community was provided with the opportunities to provide their feedback and design preferences. 91 comment sheets were received with a summary analysis as shown below. 49% who responded supported to rebuild or restore the existing cairn and cross, which was a message, a strong message to us that we should look towards that option as the preferred. In addition, 577 resident petition signatures were received for the preservation of the existing cairn and cross, which supported option 1. The results from the feedback was presented to council on October 28th. Burnside's structural engineer conducted a visual structural condition assessment of the cairn and cross and offered the following observations, which were also disclosed at the council meeting on October 28th. That the cairn is stable and requires some repair and maintenance to the cladding and cleanup of the plaques. That the cross will require paint repair and replacement of lost flashing. The lighting can be upgraded with more energy efficient LED illumination. Burnside has since met with the Legion and Cenotaph Committee to confirm the results of this structural assessment. Recommendation to council. For council to approve the required upgrade repairs to protect the cairn and cross from any further deterioration as part of the High Street reconstruction project. What we'd like to do in the interim is to communicate with the Legion and Cenotaph Committee until they come up with a unified recommendation on the Cenotaph. It will be noted that in order for this to be part of this project, we were looking to get some resolution on the matter by June of 2025. So that concludes both presentations.
Thank you very much, Vic and Rule. So there is a recommendation that council approve the final design for the High Street reconstruction and Cenotaph upgrade, and we'll take questions or comments from members. Start with the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I will, I'm not feeling capable of voting to approve a final design this evening, so I do hope that, you know, we come up with something at the end of our discussion that pushes that decision out a little bit. I think there's some very good elements in what we've got before us, but I still think that there's an opportunity for a little more engagement with both members of council and also the public to refine it even further. I have a number of things written down here. I'll choose a couple of them to say and then let others have a chance and perhaps come back later on if the rest of mine don't get mentioned. But I don't want to see us create a project that has three phases that, you know, we're going to get one done and then it's going to be a struggle to get the other two done. I would rather that we come up with a project that we have a reasonable chance of getting done in one phase or one and a little bit of a phase. So to that end, you know, I still see some things that could easily, you know, fade away from the design that we have before us. The member of the public who spoke during the open forum and asked why, well, you know, I live here. I've lived here my whole life, as many of us in this room have been here our entire lives or for very long periods of time. It's not about changing things downtown. It's about making sure that downtown stays healthy. And so I'm very excited about the project, but I just want to see us get it realized. So I don't want us to create something that we can't manage in a very, very nice package. So to that end, here's a couple of things. I still have a great deal of concern about what's going on from Huron Street down to the lake. I think the lake is the draw. I like, you know, curb extensions. I'm a fan of curb extensions. I have been since we first started talking about them, but I don't understand why the curb extension situation is there where Front Street hits High Street. That's not a location that I think, you know, is a significant pedestrian crossing area. It's an area that, you know, having it be a little bit more open to me makes sense because it's the views of the lake there. We don't necessarily need to clutter that. So I'm a little concerned about the space that those take up. I don't like the idea of a painted delivery zone down the middle of High Street between Albert Street and Grosvenor. I realize trucks park there. They've parked there, you know, ever since I can remember. However, creating on the road a space that appears to be for them, I don't think is the solution. I think, you know, we need to start, you know, encouraging deliveries to happen at a time and in a place where we would prefer them to be. The asphalt, I just, you know, it's going to be a nice fresh coat of asphalt, I hope. I don't want to, you know, the lines for painting are enough for me. I don't want to see something down the middle of the road that, I don't know, just makes it feel a little bit chaotic and not a smooth, cute, charming place downtown for me. And my third comment is that I appreciate your comments about how you're reviewing the gateway idea at both the stoplight corner, High Street and Albert Street, High Street and the highway, and also at Victoria and High Street. You know, you've heard me say this before, I know you have, about I think the gateways belong on the highway at the Palmerston Highway intersection and the Lansdowne Highway intersection, so that when people are passing through or on their way to downtown, they hit something a block before they get to that main intersection, and that gateway then suggests, hey, you're about to arrive somewhere. A gateway installation at Victoria Street, although I see the need for pedestrian improvements at Victoria Street, and I would welcome curb extensions properly installed on all four sides of that intersection. The gateway idea there, for me, doesn't seem as effective because anybody hitting High Street or coming along Victoria Street, they're probably local or they're probably, you know, headed to the museum. So it's not the gateway kind of, hey, you're arriving somewhere, is not quite as impactful as I think something would be on the highway. But I see a lot to like in here. I'm very concerned, though, that we come up with a project that has a chance of being accomplished in one and a little bit of a phase or one phase, and not a three-phased approach that will you know, disrupt downtown for 3 years and will also potentially never get completed. The first stretch that we did a couple of years ago between Grosvenor and Huron Street, when we first installed those curb extensions, which thank goodness they're going to get removed, but we did, you know, half of them at the Grosvenor Street intersection. That was part of a phased project too, and we never went beyond the beginning phase for a number of reasons, some of them incredibly valid, but I just don't want to see that happen again. So if this comes up for a vote tonight, I'd have to vote against supporting it. But I want something to happen because I think that it's an investment worth making, and I want to see us do it during this term of council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Could you just speak to the deputy mayor's comment? I'll turn it into a question about phasing. Does this project have to be done over several years, or could it be done on a more expedited basis?
Right. So in the presentation, we noted that construction was being planned for over 2 years, not 3 years, so 2025 and 2026. You know, based on the length of the project, there is some concern that, and the disruption as well, there's some concern that getting it complete in 1 year might not happen. A lot of the work is surface work. It's not something we want to extend into colder weather. We're also currently communicating with Hydro, and they are looking at burying their cables underground. That would add a significant amount of time to the construction. So, and really the bottom line is how much is each phase how much is this gonna cost? So we're gonna do an estimate on the whole project. And, you know, depending on how much it will cost, it may just be the only option to phase it over 2 years. And even with that, we'd have to select where to stop and start. That makes sense as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Vic. Thank you, Rahul, and everybody involved in the presentation. I have a number of comments. Just to look at the to piggyback on the deputy mayor's comments about the space or the section from Huron down to the lake. A question that I believe I asked you already. What is the total number of spaces gained on the section on that block from Huron to Front by moving from parallel to angle, just on the north side? The diagram shows, I think, 12 spaces, including one accessible.
So, Councillor, thank you for the question. From Huron to Front Street, we currently have 15 parallel parking spaces, and that would be 7 on the south side, 8 on the north. Our plan,
Okay.
yep.
Sorry.
7 on the south, 8 on the north. And so if that answers your question, I can leave it at that.
Okay. So it would be, right now you're keeping the south side parallel, right?
Yeah, and there's a reason for that. There is no sufficient space for angled parking to be configured within that aisle. The island is slightly offset, so it doesn't allow for angled parking to take place.
Okay, thank you. So then related to that space question, the diagram shows that section from Huron to Front where you have 2 homes that would be affected by the headlights of cars. And so in order to try to buffer that, you're proposing a planting zone that would be a buffer zone, and you'd be planting bushes or small trees along there. So now where we have the sidewalk and then we have asphalt with parallel parking, in the proposed new plan, you would have the sidewalk and a planting strip wide enough to accommodate bushes and trees substantial enough to be a buffer, then the angle parking spaces, leaving you with a driving lane of what width, please?
So the aisle width next to the angled parking is approximately 4.1 meters. I can tell you that the range for that scenario amongst municipalities, it does range from 3.7 to 4.5. So we're essentially right in the middle of that. We also applied design templates to ensure that a pickup truck could make that maneuver as well. So we're confident that the 4.1 meters of an aisle width adjacent to the angled parking is sufficient.
And would that sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm just I can't see
just
you for permission,
No,
so I'm just,
keep going until you're done, Councilor Grace.
okay. So the 4.1 meters, would that be able to accommodate vehicle traffic as well as a bike lane?
Yeah. So the way we've designed High Street is a single file operation. I mean, currently now a bike has every right to drive down the center of the road or anywhere in that laneway. It's not recommended to have a bike and a vehicle side by side adjacent to angled parking for safety reasons. So the way we have designed the symbols to be placed on the road would be down the center of the lane, which requires that the bikes and the vehicles essentially follow each other in a single file. So the 4.1 meters is more than is required for a lane width for a vehicle. Typically 3.3 meters is sufficient for traffic lane.
Okay. If I can just keep going, I have a concern about whether, I know technically you're the engineer, but to me, I have a concern about traffic difficulties in that area. I'm also thinking of the homeowner whose driveway is located in that section. And now we'll have to back out of the driveway with angled vehicles and a buffer zone to get past. It's just, to me, I'm trying to think about their situation there. If you look at the section then from front to Huron, or to the lake, sorry, I'm just speculating that probably in the design, you're trying to keep some consistency of design. So you have this sort of big anchor trees at the end of each block, at both ends of each block. But there are no buffer trees depicted in that section between front and the lake. And I think the reason why is that that's a different situation there. That property is already buffered by its own strip of trees. So it doesn't need that kind of planting strip.
That's correct.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I want to propose that we continue and maintain parallel parking in that section on the north side of the street between lake and front. And I don't know whether you want me to do that now or later, because I also have comments about the cenotaph.
I think we should, if there's several different things we want to discuss, we should just knock them off one at a time. So if the angle parking between Huron and front is something we want to debate, whether it's something we want to proceed with, why don't we do that now? Do you have so you would like to move, Councillor, that Council directs staff to retain parallel parking
Yes.
between Huron and front streets?
At least Huron to front.
Or to the lake, all the way to the lake?
That I want to also respect the goal of maintaining as many parking spaces as possible. And since that particular area doesn't have the same kind of privacy concerns as the block between Huron and Front, then, but on the other hand, I'm also concerned about the lack of travel space and the idea of having a bike having to follow in line to a car or vice versa, gives me pause as well. So, I guess what I'd like to say is that I'd like to put forward a motion to retain parallel parking from at least Huron to Front. And I guess we could amend this depending on members' comments.
Okay, so is there a seconder for the councillor's resolution, Councillor Davinsky? So discussion on that. What I'm gonna do, Councillor Grace, just so we can be clear, is I'm gonna say that right now the resolution is to retain parallel parking from Huron to Front. And if folks want to change that, then we can change it. But I want to hear some comments around the table about whether that's what you want to do or not. Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Vic, thanks very much for your presentation. You and I talked earlier. If there was no angled parking in the area in which we're talking about, where you said there were 8 spots on the north side, correct?
Correct.
How many spots would we lose, parking spots?
Right. So you would, if there's currently 8, you would be closer to 6. And the reason for that is that the parking spaces are a function of the curb extension. So they take up some space, and therefore the parallel parking would need to be configured to fit within that area. So just guessing right now, I don't think you would get your 8 back, but maybe about 6. So in total, you're losing about 7 parking spaces overall. So you would add to the 4 that we originally lost and add another 6 or 7. So it'd be about 11 on the whole street.
So that's just so I'm clear, but that's
Yeah.
just, that's from Huron
To Front.
to Front.
That's correct.
Front.
yeah.
Yep, carry on.
Mr. Mayor, I suggest to you and I suggest to council, and Vic, you and I have talked about it, the loss of parking spaces in that area is not as important as it is elsewhere in the revitalization, the core blocks. And you've done a marvelous job with that. You've brought back a pile of parking spots. To lose 6 spots, let's say, because we go from angled parking to parallel parking, to me, is a price to pay for the taxpayers that live in that area. I was sent some pictures today, and I think there were something like 6 vehicles parallel parked in that area. So I have to assume that it wasn't made up, it was there. And that's precisely why I second this motion. It's going to cause a lot of grief, particularly during the summertime, with lights shining into homes. Granted, it's only 2 homes, but it's homes. And when we can do the parallel parking and not worry about losing 6 spots, because that's down in a non-business area. If that was in the core area, by golly, I'd be jumping all over that. That's for, as a matter of fact, we were when the first report came out.
Mhm.
But I will support, and if it gets voted on tonight, I will support returning or maintaining parallel parking between Huron and Front.
Good. It will come to a vote in just a minute. Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I don't live in Southampton. Normally the only time I go to Southampton, especially this part of town, is on Thursday nights in the summertime for cruise night. And cars angle park all the way along there, all the way down to the lake. And as you pointed out, there's plenty of space for cars to travel while there's angle parking there. And I just don't get this privacy thing. If a car is angle parked or parallel parked, there's still a car parked outside of your house. People say the lights are going to shine in their eyes, or when you park the car, you shut it off, the lights go off. It's not like the car is going to sit there running with the light shining in somebody's living room. I just don't buy that it's a significant concern. There's lots of space. There's 2 or 3 houses that, granted, if somebody pulls in there at after dark in the wintertime, there's going to be light shining, but after they shut the car off, after a minute or two, the lights go off. I just think it's not worth losing parking spots all year round, because in the summertime, it doesn't get dark until much later in the evening. But these are places that people go to park so that they can go to the other main attraction, which is the beach. Right? It's not just about the downtown business area; it's about people going down there and going to the beach, and lots of people. That's where they go and they park and they access the beach from there. So I don't think it's worth the loss of 6 or 7 parking spots for people to be able to come down and enjoy the beach, just for the sake of once in a while somebody's headlights are going to shine in somebody's windows. It happens all the time, whether you live in this area or whether you live on an intersection anywhere else in either Port Elgin or Southampton. People take corners at night and the lights are going to shine in your house. That's why we have drapes. That's why we have curtains. I'm not going to support this suggested change. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Halpin, and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. If those spots are lost, I don't think it's fair to say, well, it won't affect the downtown core. It will, because people park there to go to the beach. And if those spots aren't there, they're probably just going to go up to the main core and take a spot also. So there's that aspect of it as well. And it would be nice to get moving ahead with the High Street thing. I believe this is the 4th time that it has come to council. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, the Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The half-block stretch, which is front to Huron Street, all 4 property owners there's 2 on both sides of High Street there. All 4 of those properties are extremely well-maintained properties and have, with landscaping and there's a couple of little arty installations there too. They contribute to the streetscape. So, I appreciate that. I'm in favor of what Councillor Grace has suggested. What I don't see in the drawing is any revitalization of the boulevard in the middle of the street. I know you call that something different, a traffic island, I guess you called it at a meeting. When I see the planting strip that you've got on the north side of the northeast side of High Street there to buffer from parking, the sidewalk goes right out to the curb there, I believe. So how wide is that parking or that planting strip envisioned to be? Is that going to push the sidewalks back? I don't know exactly where the road allowance would be there, but I'm just, the parallel parking to me works there. The streetscape, we've got 4 residences there, 4 residential property owners that contribute immensely to that. Is there anything that you've got sort of envisioned for the traffic island in the middle of the road? Like, to me, some of that planting that you've got on the side pushed out into the middle, that to me seems like a nice attribute too. But I very much agree with Councillor Grace about the parallel parking.
Thank you, Councillor. The vegetation plantings within the islands at this point, we've not done any upgrades to it at this point. If council wishes, we could look at a new plan for the planting. I'm not sure that we got any negative feedback about the existing condition of the vegetation within the two islands. And so I think we'll wait for direction on that, but prepared to do what we're asked to do there.
But how wide, on the north side of High Street there, you're showing some
Yep.
trees. What is your, and it's hard to tell from the drawing, you know, the sidewalk is a fairly newish sidewalk there. So it's not one of the skinny ones. And I believe it goes either almost right out to the curb or extremely close to the curb. So what is your measurement for the planting strip there that would provide the buffer? And I didn't say that there were any complaints about
Yeah.
the traffic island. I just thought that, you know, moving some of that vegetation out there would be a way to get some green into that area and let the property owners take care of the sides of the road because
Yep.
they do a pretty good job on their own. Thank you.
So the area between the sidewalk and the curb is approximately 1.4 meters wide, which is pretty sufficient for a downtown. We typically don't get that lucky. And as everyone is suggesting this, we call this the residential block. And that's why we removed some of the features that were originally there, like the center turn lane. But we're satisfied that 1.2 meters or just over that is sufficient to do some planting in there.
So there's no need to, and again, I'm looking at the drawing here. I think the dark line on the drawing represents the road allowance boundary for public property. What you're talking about with that planting strip and the width of the sidewalk there, there's no need to push that back further from the current location of the sidewalk? Or would the sidewalk have to move further towards the private property owners?
Oh, so the sidewalk is going to be 1.8 meters wide. So we're going to strike some sort of a balance, maybe take a little bit from both sides to make sure there has to be some cohesiveness with the rest of the street. So it will align with the rest of the street where possible. I can also say that just planting in general, we're trying to be consistent as well with the plantings from Victoria all the way to Dominion Street. But we realize that the headlights are a concern. So if we do proceed with that angled parking option, then we do plan to meet with all the homeowners and individually to see what we can do to appease any concerns. You know, potentially in these scenarios, if the space is limited within the right of way, there might be some cooperation opportunities with the homeowners to do some plantings on the private side.
Okay, so we are discussing the amendment to direct staff to retain parallel parking between Huron and front. I'll take one more from Councillor Grace, and then we'll call the vote on that question.
Sorry, just one more question. Thank you to Vic. Could there are fairly large bump outs at the end of that block. But it looks like at least on the one bump out at the very end of the Front Street block at the lake, that's significantly less. I wondered, could those bump outs be lessened or decreased in size in order to retain one or two more parking spaces?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Just to confirm, when you say retain, are you asking for additional angled parking spaces or parallel?
No, to gain back maybe one or
see.
two more parallel spots.
Yeah, so we would do the exercise to, here's an example. If there were 8 there now, and with the existing curb extensions, we can, let's say, only fit 5 or 6. Then maybe that 7th or 6th extra spot requires maybe a slight revision of the size of the curb extension to allow for the extra space. So that would be probably worthwhile to pursue.
Thank you.
Okay, so so now we will consider the motion made by Councillor Gray, second by Councillor Davinsky, that staff be directed to retain parallel parking between Huron and Front Street.
Mr. Mayor, I would request a recorded vote, please.
Okay, the clerk will call the roll. Yes.
Yes.
Vice Deputy Mayor Mayat,
Yes.
Councillor Halpin,
No.
Councillor Stack,
No.
Councillor Grace,
Yes.
Councillor Davinsky, Councillor Mayat,
No.
the yeas have it.
Thank you. Further comments on the other aspects of the design at this time? The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to talk a little bit about the Cenotaph recommendation, and just want clarification, if I could, from our presenter. To you, Mr. Mayor, you talk about communication will be sent to the Street and Cenotaph Committee indicating that design work may resume once a unified recommendation on the Cenotaph is agreed upon. It would be noted to be included in this project, the path forward need to be brought forth by June 2025. And quite frankly, back on October 28th, when I heard the report from the Legion president, it caught me off guard, the survey of the 59-1 and the public comments that you really want to go for option A, which was, to maintain the Karen and the cross. It was, I think, 6 months or a year ago, this council did support to the tune of $125,000 for the 2 stone column option. And I made that, I think it was an 8-1 vote, I can't remember, but I made that decision in good faith. I thought it was a good plan. I liked the twin column option. I thought it was the will at that time when I made that, when I voted the way I did. I thought there was a will of the Legion, to make some changes to the Cenotaph, some refurbishment. I heard the report tonight, Mr. Willis, 1984. 1984, there were plans, to refurbish that Southampton Cenotaph. I know back when I was instrumental in, with the Legion Port Elgin, and I'm still the president of the Port Elgin Cenotaph Committee, or now I am, I should say. I thought we made some really good changes with moving the monuments from Port Elgin and created our brand new cenotaph, which I think is a beautiful cenotaph, one of the nicer cenotaphs in Ontario, I believe. So when I saw those changes, I liked them. I think in honor of our veterans, I thought there were some good changes, with that plan a year ago, only to find out that's really not what the Legion wants, which surprised me. I thought they did want that, dating back to 1984 and more recent discussions in the last 5-10 years. So I'm confused now because I thought we had the 2 stone column option. We'd made a decision around this council table to go with that, and now evidently that's not what the community wants. So I'm confused, and we're caught in a bind here because we had made a decision. Now it's undone, so to speak, with the consultant's report. You know, with the survey numbers I'm seeing, it's not what the community wants. So I think we got to fix it somehow. We have to come to some kind of a compromise. Mr. Mayor, I like to think we should be setting up an ad hoc committee, a short-term ad hoc committee with appointees by the striking committee. 6, 7, 8 people in our community. Maybe there's outside opinions from Legion Regional. You know, I don't know. They've got lots of ideas around cenotaphs. So, you know, I think we need to, my recommendation would be to set up a short-term ad hoc committee of 6 or 7 people appointed by the striking committee, people that support the two stone column option, people that oppose it, that just want to see it maintained with the cairn and the cross. You know, I think the two groups, I don't know all what happened in behind the scenes here. But to me, it's confusing for me a little bit. But I think we need to bring those groups together somehow and mediate it. And at the end of the day, that ad hoc committee decides it's the cairn and the cross, it's the cairn and the cross. But at the end of the day, if the community with the ad hoc committee, with some community consultation, feel that there needs to be more than that, then I think we should, you know, this council ultimately has to make the decision, don't we? I think it's around this table we make the decision on the final design, I'm thinking.
Yes, that's correct.
Correct? So, you know, I'm here, now I'm hung up on which one. I'm confused. Thought we had it right, now apparently we don't. So I think we need to, my recommendation, set up an ad hoc committee, Mr. Mayor, and come back by that June deadline, the consultant's talking about, brought forward by June 2025. Bring back a recommendation, and let's put this to rest, because boy, we spent a lot of time discussing this over the last year and a half.
So just to clarify for council, the recommendation before us today on the cenotaph question is to approve repairing the cairn and cross as they are and avoid further deterioration, and then also to communicate with the Legion and the Cenotaph Committee, indicating that design work may resume once a unified recommendation on the cenotaph is agreed upon, and that has to be done by June 2025 in order for it to be incorporated into this plan. So there are 6 months, essentially 7 months, available to do work like the Vice Deputy Mayor is suggesting, where you could have a committee and attempt to come up with a new design or a revised design that meets that gets the approval of the Legion as well as this council. So so that's the recommendation before you. So it's within the recommendation that we're receiving to make that's possible inside the context of the recommendation we're receiving. Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, if that's a motion being made, is there a motion required for that? If so, I would second that motion.
The
Put
way
that
we
to committee.
Certainly, Council. The way we would handle that is we would have a motion to amend the recommendation to refer this matter to the striking committee with a request from council that the committee begin work on striking an ad hoc committee to consider this matter. So if that's it's moved by the Vice Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Mayette, that we give that we add that amendment to tonight's recommendation. Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly think that's a good idea, and I'm grateful to the Vice Deputy Mayor and Councillor Mayette for supporting that motion. Just a couple of comments that I have about this. I have received a number of comments, as I'm sure all members of council have, and it's been widely distributed too in the local media. Comments from members of the public who respect the Christian tradition and note and appreciate the current, our current cenotaph with the cross and the cairn. But at the same time, I've even had members of the public send me diagram or pictures, suggested pictures of alternatives to the cross. The idea being that, and this was, I think, mentioned with the original proposal from the Vimy Ridge design, that Canada is a more diverse country. Our community is more diverse, and that perhaps an alternative design to the cross of a wreath of maple leaves or poppies might be something that could be considered. Today, I looked up the Department of Defense and its position on religious and cultural inclusion. And they're very direct about the fact that they will do everything they can to accommodate members of the armed forces who don't or aren't of what we used to consider, probably still consider to be mainstream culture. And so I think that's worth consideration as well. I also hope that this committee, if it's approved, will look back at the concept of the memorial wall behind the cairn, because while, of course, death during service to one's country is the ultimate sacrifice, members of the armed forces who have served for a year, a number of years in both of the Great Wars or other armed conflicts serving our country, they have sacrificed as well, not just time away from their families, but also sometimes with physical and psychological impairments that continue for a long time, perhaps their whole lives. And perhaps a memorial wall would allow us to honor those people as well in our community who've made that kind of sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So we are considering an amendment to the main resolution to refer the Cenotaph matter to the striking committee with direction to appoint an ad hoc committee. Are there further comments on this question from members? Seeing none, all in favor? And opposed? That's carried. Okay, so I'm eager to get to discuss to a vote on the main question. So if there are specific changes or alterations that members would like to make to this design, or to specific direction you'd like to give to staff, let's hear those things and then let's get on to a decision. The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Two things. I appreciated the comment about you trying to have some similarity or some cohesiveness from end to end. I notice as I look at the drawings, so these planting strips adjacent to the asphalted either parking or traveled portion of the road. While we were talking, people are watching us at home. I got a message coming in that in one particular section, there is no boulevard there right now. So to show in a drawing that, there's a 1.4 meter wide planting strip and then a 1.8 meter sidewalk, I'm still concerned about how all of this will fit in there. So I wanted to ask you, because you can see on the drawings that there's planting strips pretty much all the way down, but in some of those situations at the moment, there is no planting strip there. So, and in some situations, there is some potential, I guess, to push the sidewalk back a bit to gain some space, but in others, there isn't. So for example, in the main block, the business block, I guess is how it's been described, there's nowhere else we can go with that sidewalk because there's buildings there. So in order to, and there are some planting sort of rectangles there. So I'm assuming that what I see in the drawing is kind of an extension of that width. That's going to make for a very narrow sidewalk. So are we confident that we're getting the bang for the buck related to the pedestrian experience here. And we're going to have sidewalks that reflect our vision of more people on the street and gathering on the street. And I know some of those planting strips could, of course, have a bench or some other seating arrangement on them, but it's just, I'm just concerned about the widths there to especially realize the pedestrian experience. So how do you do that?
Okay, so first of all, I can confirm that the width of the road is not changing. And so the area you're talking about is from the curb on the road to the face of the building. And in those areas you're referring to, it's all concrete, right? So what we're doing, and it's part of AODA as well, it's an accessibility requirement to provide a delineated path for walking. And right now there is no delineated path for walking. So essentially you could walk within that whole concrete space and you could walk into a pole because there's a pole within that area, or a trash container or a bench or whatever it is. So the logic behind installing a delineated sidewalk, and we're actually putting one that's 1.8 meters wide. The minimum required is 1.5. So it's an extra foot, 300 millimeters wide. So essentially the space that we're talking about is exactly the same. We're putting in a sidewalk, and then what we're going to do is use brick pavers to highlight the area between the sidewalk and the curb, which we're going to call a boulevard area, planting strip, benches. That's where the street lights are. That keeps the people away from walking within that area. And then from the back of the sidewalk to the building, we're going to do the same thing. So there is logic to it. I could tell you that we are not, we're working with the same space. We're just reconfiguring it to accommodate a number of different features.
And the other thing I'd like you to just describe a little bit more is this sense of, I'm really not too keen on lots of painting on the asphalt, but this sense that you can, through arrows or something on the road, suggest that it's car, then a bike, then a car. Is there some place else in the province where maybe this is installed that, we can take a look at? Do you have some place that has had this experience happen? Because I'm having a hard time visualizing how that would work.
Yeah,
So can you explain that a bit more?
Yeah, so it's all over. It's all over the place. Unfortunately, in Toronto, I think they're taking it away. But there are various options that you can use depending on how wide your lanes are. For example, if you had a dedicated bike lane, you would have those markings within a space that's only for bicycles. We don't have that opportunity here because we have the angled parking and the lack of space. So these markings, they'd be green with a cyclist on them. They'd be painted on the road, and there would be signage as well, because sometimes that could be covered up with snow, whatever. It's just a symbol on the road. So we can follow up and send you some examples of where this is, so you can see for yourself. And all of it follows Ontario traffic manual standards as well. So we have to follow the spacing of them, the size of them, the color, all of that.
Okay, Councillor Halpin and then Grace.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I think it's a little unprogressive of us to lose those 2 extra electric car spots, because you're not losing parking spots. There's still spots for cars there, right? So you can't say, oh, well, we've lost 2. Okay, and there are more electric cars being sold. You see electric cars all the time, and I think we need to be our town inviting to people who use electric cars, not only those who live here, but those who will come to visit here. And frankly, electric cars have to stop and charge. And what do you do when you're stopped and charging? Perhaps you go parking and use it downtown. So I would like to put the 2 electric spots that were deleted back in. Thank you.
Okay, is that you want to make a motion to that effect?
Sure.
And Councillor Mayette will second that. So is there discussion on returning the two electric vehicle charging stations? Questions or comments on that motion to amend? We'll go with Councillor Mayette and come down to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just for my information, can a regular vehicle park in a electric, is there a ticket for that?
There's a ticket if you have enforcement, yes.
So it's like somebody parking in a handicap spot?
Yeah, it'll be your own bylaws that would dictate that.
The clerk can tell us, do we have bylaws to that effect?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. At this time, I don't believe that the the parking bylaw includes a restriction in that. However, I can check and report back to council.
The Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. And through you, I can appreciate the desire to have a few more electric vehicle parking spaces close to downtown. I personally would like to see the two, I don't think they've been moved off of High Street. I don't think they've been removed from our sense that we're going to add some more, but there are two currently on High Street. I would rather that we put a whole bank of electric parking spaces, maybe next to the Coliseum or in the Coliseum parking lot, or just right up there on Victoria Street, have them all together and, put them in a spot which is adjacent, but also just enables somebody to have their car there for, a couple hours if that's what they need, and opens up spaces for hopefully potentially a little more in and out. So I'm not against EV parking spaces. I just think that there's a better location for them just adjacent to High Street, because they are intended to be slightly longer term parking uses in most cases. Not always, but in most cases. So, that's my thought on, we need more. The two, I hope they weren't just completely lost, that they were being thought about for somewhere else, but I would rather that we move the two that are already there too and put four of them together and choose a location that's nearby and accessible, but doesn't take up one of the spots right on High Street for in and out stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vinsky?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, in the report that Vic has done, it says the two proposed electric vehicle parking spaces have been replaced with regular parking spaces. If you go down a little further, it says maintain the two existing electric vehicle parking spaces between Albert Street and Victoria Street. To me, one seems to go against the other. Am I reading that wrong?
If I could respond, Councillor, through the mayor. So there are two existing EV parking spaces between Victoria and Albert in front of the library. The plan that we presented at the PIC on July the 4th, we added an additional two proposed EV stations down at the west end, so that we would have two at the east and two at the west. The feedback we got after soliciting that from all the various platforms was that it makes more sense. And again, as Councillor said as well, is that it's not about not wanting them. It's about why put them somewhere on the street when we're already struggling to get parking spaces. Move them to a side street, right? And that could be anywhere. So there's a lot of sense in that to maybe package it together and put a group of EV stations together on a side street. We also reported that the capacity for available parking on the side streets is great. There's not a lot of people using it. So that would make some sense to have them shifted over, if that would be your desire to do that.
Okay. Are there further comments on this amendment before I call the question on it? And my comment would, I just made a comment that it's absolutely true that we're going to need more EV charging stations in the future, but every space doesn't need to be an EV charging space. And so I think it makes good sense for them not to be in the downtown cores. There used to be gas pumps in the downtown cores every now, but we got rid of those because it's not the best place to fuel up, not the best place to charge. So I won't support the resolution. And so the resolution is to add back the 2 EV charging stations that have been recommended for removal as described by Vic a moment ago. So I'll ask all in favor. And opposed? That's defeated. All right. So I'm, as I said before, eager to get on to the main question. So if there's some other specific ideas for things to change about the recommended design, let's hear those and then we'll move on to that final design. I know Councillor Grace, you had your hand up there before. Did you, and you've now taken it down. So do you have some more things for us, Councillor Grace?
I just want to make one comment about the gateway idea. To me, the gateway from Victoria down to the lake is the lake and the flag. So whatever, if there is, I totally respect the Southampton BIA maybe having input and ideas of something, but I don't think we should have anything that's going to undermine that wonderful view. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Stack.
Sorry, did we ever answer the question from the open forum about why? Can we reiterate why we're doing this for folks in the room?
Certainly we can. Why don't we let the CAO speak to it? I may have a comment on it too, CAO.
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The project starts with a need for the infrastructure replacement. So it's an infrastructure replacement project. And when we do that, we're looking at how we put things back and we're doing them in a better way or an improved way, as many have mentioned tonight, to improve the downtown atmosphere.
Thanks. I might just dovetail on that. As we heard just a moment ago from Vic, he's talking about AODA, right? There's a piece of legislation that has come into existence since we last did High Street. I can't recall when we last did High Street, but it was, I can't recall it. So it was probably before I was an adult, maybe before I was born. I don't know, but it's been a long time. And so we're designing a street, we're designing a street that was designed last number of decades ago. And we're designing it in 2024 to last for several decades into the future, right? And so we have to think about, there's just been changes in the way streets are designed and changes in the laws that we have to design them to. And then there's also the consideration of what we envision happening in downtown Southampton for the next 4 decades, which is probably how long it will be before we do this again. So I think there is. So it's going to change. It has changed several times since the town was incorporated, and it will change going forward routinely again and again. This certainly will not be the last design of High Street. So, yeah, and it's critical work, and it has been more than a decade. We've been talking about this. We first set out designs before 2014, and the work that infrastructure upgrade that the CAO just talked about has been languishing and waiting that decade for us to get to it, and now it really has to be done. If you talk to downtown business owners in Southampton, some of that infrastructure that goes into their stores in terms, electrical, telephone, internet is woefully lacking, and that work has to be done to support a thriving downtown business community, as well as a great place for residents to be and visit. So it's a critical piece of work, and I'm eager to see it advance. And I just will conclude my comments for tonight on this subject by just expressing my gratitude to our design team for all the work that you have done to get it here, and the BIA who picked up the ball since over the last several years and have brought it forward to this point in terms of some careful thought. And I also want to express thanks to all the members of the public who have been engaged in the issue. As you can see, their input has changed this design. And one thing I heard a lot in the last several weeks is, well, the cake is baked, nothing can ever change. You guys are just going to do whatever you want. We had a public information center, which was by design. We heard from the public. We altered the design to match what the public was telling us they wanted to see. It demonstrates that this process works and that that public consultation leads to outcomes that are, I'm not going to say that they're going to make everybody happy, but they certainly are the very best we can do to have a good design that conforms as much to what the public sentiment is and also takes into account the needs and the things we have to do to make it a functional downtown today and for the future. So I support the recommendation with the changes we've put in place, and I'm eager to see construction start. So I'm hopeful it will pass this evening. We'll go to Halpin and then the deputy mayor, and then I will call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. With, your brick strip for your planting strip and that, is there plan to have more spaces for people to lock up bikes and stuff like that? Because there is plenty of bike traffic, especially in Southampton. And we need places, if we want to encourage people to use bikes, we have to give them places where they can lock their bike up.
Yeah, for sure. Bike racks were high on the list. If we're encouraging bike traffic, we need to accommodate just like we are for vehicles. So it's equally important to us to make sure we get that right.
Okay, thank you. And I also want to just commend the staff for all the work they did in their communications department for this. It is good. The council's listening, staff is listening. And so thank you for that. And when people are making comments and stuff, remember, it's always nice to be nice too. So thank you.
Thanks, the deputy mayor.
One question for clarification, and then I'd appreciate a comment. Since AODA was mentioned, people are watching us. I got a question. In a 1.8 meter wide sidewalk, direct, sidewalk specific concrete, is it possible for wheelchairs to pass each other in that width?
That's the intent.
Okay, that's good.
Right.
That was the question that I got. I wanted to ask you just to comment further on this idea of this, what do you call it, a loading zone. I don't agree with it in the middle of High Street. I know that trucks park there, but I think, it's an inconvenience, and, if we had a little more enforcement on the time length, some of them would deliver a little more quickly. But I think if we physically create something there, I don't know, to me, that's going to make the problem worse, not better. But if you could comment on what you mean by that loading zone strip could be used for seasonal pop-up activities, because, otherwise, I think, we know they're going to stop there anyway. I don't think we need to create the place for them, because that might encourage it to happen more often. But I am curious what you mean by could be used for some other stuff.
Yeah, so I just got a quick comment on the loading zone, and part of the logic for having it delineated was that we were observing, and it's been supported by some of the comments we got back, that delivery vehicles aren't necessarily parking in the center of the road. And with that, and the parked cars that are angled, there are people waiting behind the trucks to get around. And so this would force the delivery vehicle to be in line with where they should be, so it doesn't interrupt with the through traffic. So that sort of explains why, and this was the block that has the most deliveries. As far as a pop-up area, this is something we discussed with the BIA. I guess it gives opportunity, a highlighted area to put up some little tents to do some sales, allow people to walk on either side on the through lanes, but the road would have to be closed for those opportunities. It's not something we would do while traffic is going back and forth.
Okay, so with that, I'll read the question and we'll take a vote. The recommendation is the council approve the final design for the High Street reconstruction and Cenotaph upgrade, and the council refer this matter, the Cenotaph matter, to the striking committee to appoint an ad hoc committee. So if there's nothing further, I'll ask. As amended? Yeah, you're right. I apologize. So the resolution, I apologize. The resolution is that council approve the final design for the High Street reconstruction Cenotaph upgrade as amended. And that council refer the Cenotaph matter to the striking committee to appoint an ad hoc committee. So if there's nothing further on that, then everyone's clear. Councillor Stack?
sorry, with the change to parallel versus angled, how many spots do we lose because of that?
It was 6, I think was the number, 6 or 7.
So through the mayor, until we do the actual reconfiguration, we're expecting about 6 in
The-
total.
Total, so 2 additional parking
Yeah, and
spaces?
it just, I guess, the best way for me to explain it is if you have a vehicle parked parallel, then you can almost put 2 angled parking in that space, right? And so just based on that, we're looking at going from like 13 to maybe 6. So 13 angled spots to 6 parallel.
Okay, but it's 6 in total with so 2 additional to the 4 we already noted are lost, or 10?
So we showed that we were losing a total of 4.
Yeah.
So this would now become, say, 10 or 11. Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to make clear that we voted for a further reduction
Yeah.
of 6 to 7 parking spots, so that we're not.
Yeah, that's clear. Thank you. Anything further? If not, then I'll ask all in favor. And opposed? That's carried. All right. Thank you all very much. So now we're going to move on to up the list, 8.2.1, which is the Saugeen Shores Fire Master Plan and the Fire Chief.
Wow. We dressed up and everything and people still left. And a haircut. Good evening, your worship and councilors. Deputy Chief Rob Atkinson and I are very excited to present the 2025 to 2035 Fire Master Plan. The plan was developed using a large master plan committee. An early spring call for participation was conducted to create 4 groups. These consisted of a resident group, a town employee group, a retired firefighters group, and present fire service members group. I'm pleased to share these participants with you so that you can see how wide we went for participation in this. I have to put my glasses on. We had Town of Saugeen Shores staff. We had Director Kristen Schreider. Schreids. She gets upset if I call her Kristen. Chief Building Official Josh Plants and our former bylaw enforcement officer Madison McNeil. We had community members. We had Dino Morrison, Francis Barrick, Terry Manley, Marina Gosling, and Michael Degger. We also, in that group, had retired Richmond Hill Fire Chief Dave Decker. We had retired firefighters, Mike Rosner, who was a retired captain, retired firefighter Craig Keeley, retired firefighter Ron St. Jacques, retired Captain Glenn Goodale, retired Saugeen Shores Police Service Greg Fletcher, retired District Chief Jim Trendle, the present Fire Chief of Lambton Shores. I'm not sure how James Marshall snuck into the retireds group, but he did. Retired Captain and present Public Educator Paul McKinnon, and retired Training Officer Bruce Power, EPS, and present Public Educator Darcy McDermott. We had fire service members, firefighter Greg Reed, Lieutenant Peter Eagleson, Lieutenant Scott McMeekin, firefighter Mackenzie Rosner, firefighter Al Roach, firefighter Shelby Simmons, Division Chief Public Education Jenna Stewart, firefighter Mary Campbell, Deputy District Chief Rob Blue, Deputy District Chief Paul Schuler, Incident Safety Officer Terry Chappell, and Captain Adam Keeley. So
We're very excited that the group was that large. A little unwieldy sometimes, but still a very interesting group. Each group met separately on a different evening and were supplied with council's strategic plan, the Team Saugeen Charter, the Community Risk Assessment, the Fire Department Regulatory Bylaw, current fire underwriter survey, and other fire-specific data, including health and safety, response, training, emergency preparedness, and public education information. Each group then created their own set of values. When we then brought all four groups together on one night, and their job was to take all of the core values that's suggested by each group and merge them into one set of condensed core values. Those core values were inclusive, progressive, accountable, one department, united, well-trained, and operate with integrity. The groups then brainstormed using those core values to create a fire-specific mission and vision statement. The mission statement that they created out of those core values is, the Saugeen Shores Fire Department will continue to educate, protect, and prepare the community. And their vision statement was, we strive to be professionally and socially responsible to our community, visitors, and neighbors. I must say that the process was very rewarding, and as you can imagine, with such a diverse group, I have huge print here, so with my glasses, it's not very good. Very rewarding with a passionate, respectful discussion occurring. Deputy Chief Atkinson and I then went away and to develop the draft fire master plan, which we sent back to each committee member to review and comment based on the core values, mission and vision statements that they created. This revised document is before you now for council's consideration. We are very happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you both very much. The recommendation is that council approve the 2025-2035 Saugeen Shores Fire Master Plan, and the council adopt bylaw 95-2024, a bylaw to authorize the implementation of the 2025-2035 Saugeen Shores Fire Master Plan. Questions or comments from members? Councillor Dubinsky, and then Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, more for me, and people maybe haven't read this. The Fire Underwriters Survey results establish the insurance rates for residential and commercial properties using a graded system. Saugeen Shores scored a level 5 fire protection rating. 5 out of what?
5 out of 10, with 1 being the best, and 10 being the worst. It's based on responses, water supply, training, public education, etc. Most good volunteer fire departments end up with a 5. You can imagine that if you were a career department where people are sleeping or at the station, their response time would be much quicker, so they end up higher in the scale. So I have yet to find a volunteer fire department that is more than a 5, score more than a 5. They generally score 5, which puts us near the top for our department type.
Okay, thank you. That's interesting to know. Thanks.
Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ed and Rob, for the presentation, and thank you to your entire team and everyone who was involved in putting this together. We are so lucky to have the fire department that we have, and I think it's exceptional that we have such a strong department that is largely made up of volunteers, and our retention rate and attraction rate of new firefighters coming into the department is wonderful. So I just wanted to comment in particular on what we see in this plan, the division of the action items into short-term, mid-term, and long-term. Obviously, it makes a lot of sense. I was impressed with the updates, or not the updates, but the forward thinking, I guess you would say, which doesn't surprise me at all, but the integration of, or the acknowledgement of risk factors like the use of technology and the changes that are required for that. The fact that we are keeping pace with the projected growth in population and the differences in the demographics, like the increase in the number of elderly in our community. The public education in terms of the danger of lithium ion batteries, which I know you spoke to council about several months ago, but that's something that I don't think most people know about, and it's good to see that. And that we have the special challenge of being on the lake, and that added responsibility that your department has to deal with. Again, thank you very much for a wonderful report, and we're very lucky to have you looking out for us.
Thank you. Any further comments, the Deputy Mayor?
I just feel a little emotional about this because as I read the report, I was hoping to find, some good stuff that I could ask you about. But every time I thought about something, I read a little further, and oh my gosh, he'd already thought of that. So it's one of the most complete master plan reports I've ever seen as a member of council. And I think it shows a real, I don't know, spirit within the whole department, because I know you get a lot of energy from the men and women who are volunteers. But I wanted to ask you maybe to comment, and I just, in scrolling through as people have been talking, I landed on 10.7 training facility. So I guess I'll ask you a question about where you're at with the training facility, because I think that's going to be one of the first things that we see. But as someone who has been for an awfully long time very supportive of the fire department here, and some of the names you mentioned who participated are people that are very close to me. So wow, it's just a fabulous report. But I know you're expecting to start using a facility hopefully in the spring. Is that the plan?
Yes.
So because I know that was one of the ideas that was needed over time was our own training facility. So maybe I'll just ask you to comment on where we're at with that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. We actually had an update today from the company through our Deputy District Chief Schuler. He did contact them, and it was expected to be a December delivery. Now they're indicating January, but back to your point, still up and functional for spring, which is going to tie in great with our recruit program and being able to get them up and running and trained efficiently and properly before they hit the floors.
And because I know there are people watching, where is it, and what are we going to be able to do there?
We repurposed, it was formerly the old skate park, but there's a concrete pad up by the old, or the water tower. So we repurposed that area. We do have a training building there, a modified container trailer that we do use there now, but it's seen its lifespan. So it will be replaced using this. It's going to be able to, some live fire training, Class A fire, which is a cleaner version for us to produce real heat, real smoke for the volunteers to train in. We're going to have different methods of training through a basement fire, an attic fire. We're going to be able to ladder the building. There's many different modules that we can utilize to hopefully train our firefighters to the best of their abilities.
Good. Further questions or comments, Councilor Mayette?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. This is a very extensive report, and I certainly learned a lot by going through it. A couple of things that popped out was you've got listed in your apparatus the inflatable boat, but I see you didn't really list the Peerless as being a apparatus, even though we've made investment in that boat to allow it to be an apparatus, right?
Through your worship to the councillor, it's a good question. and if we didn't give enough detail in that report, we're sorry. The business plan speaks to the inflatable boat and the 15-foot Mercury that we have. It is due for replacement, and it is in the business plan for theoretically for 2025. So when we were talking about replacing the inflatable, that's what we were talking about. We have no plans moving forward without consultation with Marine Heritage Group, whether the Peerless would be replaced or not. You're right, we're very lucky to have it, and it's a significant asset in our water rescue fleet.
Yeah, certainly it would be. And one more question, if I might. I read about and we hear about in our budget deliberations, and we're going in again on Wednesday, about the relocation of the Port Elgin station. Do you have a spot in mind? I've been racking my brain trying to figure out what's the best spot.
It's a good question, Councillor. We have in our 2025 business plan the actual location of the spot. What we have been looking for is town property 1 that we already own. I know that there's an understanding, not an understanding, but a wish by council to expand affordable housing, et cetera. So we're constantly banting about where it could go. We do have property next to the police station that was purchased that it could go there. We just need to run GIS data to speak to response times for our firefighters presently live, to how far away we could get, et cetera, et cetera. But we have looked at several properties from the south side to the north side. We're not there yet, though.
Thank you, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Thank you for this report. And I, like everyone, is very appreciative of our volunteer fire department. There's a lot of budget items in this, and it goes over the 10 years. How is that approached on a master plan like this? Is it, you're going to just say that in a few years, you'll start introducing your midterm budget things and the next? Just curious about that, Mayor. Thank you.
What we've tried to do in the plan is, in the master plan, is items that have been identified should not cost council any more money than we've already put into the business plan. So, for example, in the short term, it speaks to the review of a communicator, a dispatcher. Our plan is that we find either the dispatcher we have and maintain the numbers we have, or one that would be less. There's projects within the master plan that speak to the review of aerial apparatus or tankers, or the thought isn't so much to purchase anymore. The thought is, do we have the right tanker? Do we have the right aerial apparatus? So when we're speaking to those things, we're speaking more about an investigative mode under the funding that we presently have. Sure, legislation could come along that tells us that we have to do things differently, but we tried to use the forethought of what you've already seen rather than surprise, here's this in year 5. Was not the intent of the master plan.
Thank you very much.
Okay, anything further? I just reiterate everybody's thanks for this work, Chief. Since you've come on board, you've really upped our game on these things. I think these kinds of reports demonstrate that in support of the Deputy Chief and everybody within the department. I think, we really see the fire department excelling in a way that it hasn't, it's always been a great department, but it's excelling at an even higher level than it ever has, I guess. And so we appreciate your work. You have a busy 10 years here, 33 action items. You're not going to be bored. You're going to be busy there, and we really appreciate that work because it's going to make all of us safer across our community once you've implemented it. So thanks. And with that, you've heard the recommendation. I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're on to 8.2.2, which is the public art policy and the clerk. The manager of recreation. I apologize.
Okay, Mayor Charbonneau and Council, the development of a public art policy was included in the 2024 business plan as a division highlight in the Community Services Department. I had the pleasure of working with the clerks, collaboratively with Dawn in the clerks division to develop a draft policy for council's consideration tonight. As council heard last week through the delivery of the destination development plan and reinforced through the BIA's presentations tonight, art can be used to develop a sense of place, community pride, and identity. Through its creation in public spaces, it enhances the attractiveness of a community and promotes cultural tourism. The timing of the policy aligns well to support both the goals of the corporate strategic plan and the recently adopted destination development plan. The policy provides structure for these initiatives to occur. The public art policy provides the decision-making framework for how public art will be defined, managed, and evaluated for display in and on municipally owned public spaces, including parks, trails, and facilities. The policy will help to ensure the development of a sustainable public art strategy that will support art in our community for future generations.
Thank you, Lisa. Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. This policy is recommending the formation of an ad hoc public art strategy committee. The responsibilities of this committee will be to develop a public art strategy, the plan for integrating public art into the community, select appropriate locations on town-owned property, and develop selection criteria when evaluating proposed public art. It is further recommended that the mandate for the Municipal Heritage Committee be amended to include the evaluation of public art being proposed, whether purchased or commissioned. Given the Municipal Heritage Committee's connection to the culture in the community, this responsibility aligns well with their purpose. As Lisa noted, Council recently heard from the Community Development Officer on the Destination Development Plan, which included a community art plan. The community art plan and public art policy are applicable in different scenarios. The public art policy is for town-owned property, while the community art plan is for private-owned property. The public art policy is for works of art commissioned by the town, donated to the town, or otherwise leased or acquired by the town, while the art covered in the community art plan will likely be privately owned and or commissioned. Both encourage the use of art throughout the community and have common goals of enhancing this already beautiful community. I've thoroughly enjoyed working with Lisa and the Community Services team on this policy. Lisa and I are available for any questions council may have.
Thank you. So the recommendation is the council adopt the public art policy. Questions or comments from members? Councillor Stack and then Davinsky.
Thank you. And through you, just a quick question. When I was looking through the policy there, in terms of selection criteria, we've stayed silent on those. I would have thought we'd, maybe this is a question as well. Should we not think about what those criteria would be before we give them to them, give the decision-making authority to the Municipal Heritage Council or committee? Because my only concern with municipal heritage is that strikes me as a very specific subset of people in the community that are part of the Heritage Committee. And my concern is that the art selection will reflect the very specific constitution of that committee. And that concerns me given the overall diversity of the community. So I'm hesitant to assign that responsibility to a committee before first having council decide on what the criteria are.
The clerk.
Thank you, through Mayor Charbonneau. Councillor Stack, Lisa and I had this very conversation while we were discussing this. The public art strategy is going to come to council for approval. Within that strategy, it's going to include the evaluation criteria. So council will have already provided what that criteria, or I shouldn't say provided, approved what that criteria is going to be. And the evaluation of the pieces is going to be based on what council has approved for that evaluation, if that makes sense.
Just maybe you could just clarify the order of the way things will proceed if we adopt this tonight then. So we approve the policy this evening, then this gets referred to the striking committee to appoint an ad hoc, public art strategy, the public art strategy committee, ad hoc public art strategy committee. They develop the public art strategy. That comes back to council for approval. And at that point, council gives direction on amendments to the terms of reference for the Municipal Heritage Committee to implement the strategy. Is that how this plays out?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Further questions, Davinsky?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I realize this is a public art policy, and perhaps you gave the answer by mentioning the steps. I don't see the Southampton Art Gallery mentioned in this report. Will they be brought into it somewhere along the line, or Lisa, everybody's looking at you?
Yeah. And through you, Mr. Mayor, the Southampton Art Gallery would be involved as a community partner to provide engagement around strategy. So they may be included in they may play a role in the ad hoc public art strategy, but they aren't specifically involved in the evaluation or the procurement of art commissioned by the municipality.
Okay, but they could still add their expertise. This is a group that's desperately trying to be recognized and do good community work, and hopefully make a few dollars along the side.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think that is an excellent point. They are a wonderful group in the community. There are many community groups that are involved in art in various different ways. So I think certainly the artists within the gallery, or if the gallery wanted to encourage public art, that they could certainly apply to a call for art proposals or expressions of interest when those are open and available as well.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grace, and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Lisa and Dawn, for the report. Just a clarification, going back to Councillor Stack's question about the development of criteria. If I'm reading this, the public art ad hoc committee is going to be developing the criteria. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Charbonneau, yes, that is correct.
And then that criteria would be used by the Municipal Heritage Committee. They wouldn't be developing the criteria, right?
Through you, Mayor Charbonneau, that is correct. It would get approved by council. And because it is a public document on the public agenda, it is always possible to receive feedback from either the committee or members of the public, including members who are with the Southampton Art Gallery, if they have further comments they wish to provide to further enhance and improve the document.
Great, thank you.
And worth noting, there would also be a corresponding amendment to the terms of reference of the Municipal Heritage Committee, wherein council could further refine what our expectations of the committee are. Deputy Mayor.
Oh, thank you, and through you. I've been so excited about the potential to get the big, massive metal boxes at the stoplight corner in Southampton with some kind of art on them. Is that the kind of thing that this would help enable? Just because it's on public property, it's a public kind of installation. So the intent is not just pieces of art on a wall. It's some other creativity that could be out on the street all over the place, right?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. Art can be so many things, and we expect this, or the intent of the policy is to allow art to be multiple things, not just a painting on a wall, but a sculpture. We have the trees that are carved in different parks. So the strategy will help to inform what kind of art we want.
Well, I think it's fabulous. Thank you.
Yeah, me too. I think it's fabulous. I think that, you just drive around and you see there's some big walls out there that could use some murals, I think about, and that idea the Deputy Mayor had is a great one, and sidewalks and sculptures, and I think art just makes life better. And the only thing I'll repeat is what I said last time we talked about this, which is let's try not to pickle this thing up in so much bureaucracy that it dies on the vine. Let's come up with a policy, and then let's let it go and let artists make decisions about things that we might want to see as long as they're not offensive in some really egregious way. But anyway, I think it's a great policy and I thank you for it. And so I'll ask all in favor of the recommendation. That's carried. Okay, so now we are on to 8.2.4, which is the 2024 Q3 variance to budget report and the treasurer.
Thank you, Mayor Charbonneau. This report gives a summary of the town's financial operating results for the quarter ended September 30th, 2024. The accumulated surplus is expected to be $1.1 million higher than budget as a result of the year-to-date results, though the results are preliminary in nature and represent estimates only. The report notes a few items causing variances, such as higher than expected supplemental taxation revenue and lower than budgeted salary and benefit costs. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a recommendation that council receive the 2024 third quarter variance to budget report for information. Questions or comments? The Vice Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my question, Daniel, was to do a supplemental taxation. I had talked to Jim a few days ago about this. In the 2025 operations budget, the supplemental taxation number that's been used in the 2025 budget, have we actually received the new number yet for supplemental taxation? Is it right up to date, third quarter? Where are we with determining how accurate the number is in the 2025 budget as compared to the actual that we were seeing?
The 2024 actual, you mean, or the?
What I'm wondering about is the supplemental taxation that we're factoring into the 2025 budget. In our budget numbers we've looked at so far, is that number to the end of the third quarter, or is it up to date? Is it to the end of the second quarter? How favorable are things looking in terms of supplemental taxation?
So this report shows supplemental taxation revenue of about $500,000 on a $300,000 budget. If we look into Q4, there is a little bit more booked. There's about another 50 to 80,000, but we do have some adjustments that we need to make the other way. So this report takes a little bit of a conservative approach. But I can answer that the total supplemental taxation for 2024 is expected to be at least $550,000 on a $300,000 budget. The 2025 business plan holds that $300,000 budget in recognition that supplemental taxation revenue is cyclical and not necessarily predictable year to year.
That was my question. And this is 300 to 550. And just to finish, just to reiterate, the $550,000 figure has been picked up in the 2025 budget, or is it the $300,000 number?
It's not used to adjust the 2025 budget. If you're talking about the surplus only, the surplus is also not recorded. It's not directly in the 2025 business plan.
Okay.
But to be clear,
Yeah,
we do budget for the supplemental taxation at $300,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Thank you. Further questions on this recommendation? Councillor Halpin.
Keep bringing in the good news.
Hear, hear. Are there further questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. All right, 8.2.5, lottery license procedure update, the clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. Though the lottery license procedure does not require council approval, we wanted to bring awareness to this newly documented procedure to council and the public's attention. Whether it is a 50-50 draw at a special event, a year-long calendar draw, or a TV bingo, the Alcohol and Gaming Commission has a regulatory regime for the town and charitable organizations to follow. This can be complex and confusing for licensees to follow. The procedure puts all of the information in one place, directs charitable organizations where to go for the right information, and explains what could happen if the rules are not followed. The intent of this public-facing procedure is to help the town in educating charitable and not-for-profit organizations on what needs to occur for a license to be granted, but also to affirm that the town is committed to helping them in being successful in their fundraising needs. There are so many gaming options available to charitable and not-for-profit organizations that can be part of a special event or become a beloved local fundraiser. Many community organizations are in need, and a reminder of the opportunity lotteries can provide may help these community partners continue to improve the quality of life for many in Saugeen Shores and beyond. The procedure was written by the Licensing and Records Clerk, Morgan McCullough, and I would like to acknowledge her efforts on documenting this procedure and her dedication to assisting local organizations in their fundraising efforts. She quite recently spent a significant amount of time with a local organization who had a member leave quite suddenly, who was their entire knowledge base for lottery. And she worked with them to help them get things back in order. And that's the kind of dedication that she shows. So I'm happy to answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation is the council receive the lottery license procedure update report for information. Questions or comments? Seeing none, I just want to say thank you to you and your department for the work on this. I think it's really great to come up with a simplified version. I looked a little online at what the government presents, and what you've got here is a heck of a lot better than that, heck of a lot more digestible. So I really appreciate the work that you guys have done and to make it easier for our charitable organizations. So with that, I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. Thank you. So we're on to 8.4 now, communications, petitions for the committee of the whole. There's 8 items there. Anybody wish to discuss any of them? I have one, but we can start with the one I was hoping council would consider endorsing is the resolution from the County of Bruce on municipal support resolution for CANDU reactors. It's a resolution that was drafted by myself and the warden, and is intended to demonstrate support for a major industry that has existed in our community for a very long time, very important business that is located here in the town of Saugeen Shores, Atkins Realis, and CANDU, and also important to the County of Bruce and the ongoing growth of the County of Bruce. So I would appreciate if someone would consider moving support of that, the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Mayette. So that's on the table. Any questions or comments to that one? Seeing none, then all in favor? That's carried. For other items then, Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And one of the items is from the town of Aurora. And it's the fair share resolution. And we're always asking for our fair share, and we should. So I would request that this be put into a motion from the town to send to the necessary people.
So do you wish to move support for the resolution from the
Yes.
town of Aurora? Councillor Davinsky moves support for this resolution. Is there a seconder for that resolution? Councillor Halpin, any discussion on that? Seeing none, then all in favor? It's carried. Any other?
Mr. Mayor, I
Yep.
have one more.
You bet.
The town of Puslinch and the protection of agricultural land. I would like to put this forward as a motion and to be sent to the necessary people.
So it's moved by Councillor Davinsky that council support the Township of Puslinch resolution on the protection of agricultural lands and sustainable development in relation to provincial projects and excess soil management practices resolution. Is there a seconder? Councillor Stack, any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Anything? Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Just a comment on 8.4.7, the multi-municipal energy working group, and the article about chasing wind. And I thought it was a really good article, and it was well worth reading. And my comment on that is that I think wind energy is a good idea. I think it was just done with very poor policy and very poor planning. So, you know, that is a good report, but Windmills aren't the problem. It's the way that they were brought in and the structure of their funding that was the problem. So I hope that as those contracts come for renewal, a more common sense approach is taken, and we shouldn't be buying energy and selling it for a third less than what we're paying for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments from members on any of these items? Sorry, Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment about the Police Services Board minutes and talks about the backpack programs that are sponsored locally by the Rotary Club of Port Elgin, I believe, and a Legion. But I also wanted to commend the police for their role in providing winter assistance for those who may not have a home. It's my understanding that the police carry with them supplies, clothing, other kinds of essential supplies, will sometimes provide coupons or gift cards for food, and arrange with the United Way to provide emergency shelter. As we come towards the winter months, I think it's important to recognize the role of our police services in providing this important service.
Thank you for those comments. If there's nothing further, then that brings us to the end of the Committee of the Whole, and we will bypass statements by members this evening and move directly to adjournment. So I'll look for a motion to adjourn, moved by Halpin, seconded by Davinsky. All in favor? The Committee of the Whole stands adjourned. Council will convene at 25 after the hour. Hello, everybody. We're going to call to order this regular council meeting. And the second item on the agenda is disclosure of pecuniary interest. Any member of one of those you'd like to declare at this time? Seeing none, of course, you can do that anytime if you need to. We have no additions, deletions, or amendments, so we're on to adoption of minutes, and we have a resolution. The council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting of November 11th, 2024, and note and file the minutes of the committee of the whole meeting of November 11, 2024, as presented. Is there a mover and seconder? Stack and Mayette. Questions or comments to those minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. No public meeting, so we're on to close to public, and we're moving into a closed public session to discuss the CAO performance review finalization, a proposed disposition of land for the Innovation Park, direction on negotiations with Practice Ready Ontario, and direction on negotiations with Aqua. There is a resolution. The council move into a closed public session in accordance with Municipal Act 2001, Section 2392. B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. D, labor relations or employee negotiations. And K, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Davinsky, seconded by the deputy mayor. All in favor? That is carried. Council will now move into closed. All right, are we, you cold, really? All right, are we okay to start? Yeah? All right, so I have a resolution, the council arise from the close to public session and resume the regular council meeting. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Mayette, seconded by, well, that's the vice deputy mayor and Stack. All in favor? That's carried. I can report from closed that council received information on the 2024 CAO performance review finalization, that we received information on an expression of interest on the innovation park, that we received information on Practice Ready Ontario, and that we gave direction on the Aqua contract renewal. All right, so we're on to item 8 now, the committee report, and the resolution is that council received the draft aquatic and wellness center operations and management plan report for information. 2, that council received the introduction to proposed levels of service for asset management report for information. And 3, that council received the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund OCIF update report for information. Is there a mover and seconder? Halpin and Stack. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Item 8.2 is a committee report, establishment of Ontario Rural Road Safety Program. The resolution is that whereas official statistics from the government of Ontario confirm that rural roads are inherently more dangerous than other roads, and whereas despite only having 17% of the population, 55% of the road fatalities occur on rural roads, and whereas rural, northern, and remote municipalities are fiscally strained by maintaining extensive road networks on a smaller tax base, and whereas preventing crashes reduces the burden of Ontario's already strained rural healthcare system, and whereas roadway collisions and associated lawsuits are significant factors in runaway municipal insurance premiums, preventing crashes can have a significant impact in improving municipal risk profiles. Now therefore be it resolved, the town of Saugeen Shores requests the government of Ontario take action to implement the rural road safety program that Good Roads has committed to lead. It will allow Ontario's rural municipalities to make the critical investments needed to reduce the high number of people being killed, seriously injured on Ontario's roads, and further, this resolution be circulated to all of the below. Is there a mover and seconder? The deputy mayor, Councillor Halpin, questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Item 9 is report of municipal officers and committees. The resolution is that council adopt the revised integrated accessibility standards policy. Is there a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Stack, Councillor Mayette. Questions or comments on that? Councillor Stack.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a shout out to Sarah for doing all the revisions because I think there were about 3 rounds and lots of feedback. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, it's a great document. We appreciate the work the committee did on it as well, and under your leadership, Councillor Stack. So we've no further questions or comments. Then all in favor? That is carried. Now we're on to motions and notices of motion. The motion on intimate partner violence is that whereas more than 4 in 10 Canadian women have experienced some form of intimate partner violence in their lifetime, and 1 in 10 experience it almost daily, and whereas while 1/3 of men have also experienced intimate partner violence, women disproportionately experience the most severe forms. According to the Government of Canada, between 2014 and 2019, there were 497 cases of intimate partner homicide nationally, and 80% of the victims were women. And whereas rates of intimate partner violence are nationally 75% higher for rural women compared to urban women, and whereas although IPV is not a pathogen, it is appropriate to label IPV as an epidemic because it has ripple effects causing future poor health outcomes for affected victims and their families, which negatively affect community health, policing, and social services resources. And whereas in Saugeen Shores, police reported domestic violence incidents increased between 2018 0401 to 2024 0401 by an average of 55.4%. And whereas in Bruce and Grey counties, domestic violence calls between 2018 and 2020 to police increased by 133%. And whereas members of the Saugeen Shores Police have been enrolled in the Collaborative Police Action on Intimate Partner Violence course training, which improves their policy and action to keep individuals, families, and communities safe. And whereas all programs in the Grey Bruce Health Unit, especially the clinical ones, have components to identify and report any type of violence, including IPV, and several family-based programs actively and proactively work with individuals and families on early identification and prevention of IPV, as well as the unit's collaboration with Bruce Grey Child and Family Services and Police Services. And whereas on January 8, 2024, Saugeen Shores Council supported the town of Goderic's resolution to declare intimate partner violence as an epidemic, and whereas it is critical for victims, family members, survivors, and others in our community to see Saugeen Shores' commitment to solving the problem of IPV by, among other actions, recognizing its severity. Now be it resolved that the town of Saugeen Shores recognizes the issues of intimate partner violence in rural communities as serious to the health and wellness of local families, and further that the town of Saugeen Shores is committed to engaging with community partners to educate and support our residents about the seriousness of intimate partner violence in our community, and further that the town of Saugeen Shores calls on the Standing Committee of Justice to hold hearings in the fall of 2024 on Bill 173, the Intimate Partner Violence Epidemic Act, and further the town of Saugeen Shores calls on the province of Ontario to pass and implement Bill 173, the Intimate Partner Violence Epidemic Act, and further this resolution be circulated to the Standing Committee on Justice. Clerk, Chair of the Standing Committee on Justice, Premier Doug Ford, Minister of Health, Attorney General, Minister of Rural Affairs, Greg Bruce, Medical Officer of Health, the Saugeen Shores Police Service, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and to all municipalities in Ontario. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Grace, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Questions or comments? My only Councillor Grace.
Just very quickly, I wanted to add some statistics that were presented by Saugeen Shores Police Officer Inspector Jeremy Mighton at the November 6th session on human trafficking. 62% of all Canadian reported human trafficking occurs in Ontario. 96% of human trafficking victims are female, and 1/3 are trafficked by an intimate partner. Thank you for consideration of this resolution. And I'd like to remind everyone who's still listening that on December 6th at noon at Coulter Parkette, CFUW Southport will hold its annual vigil to honor the victims of the 1989 Montreal Massacre, where 14 young women at École Polytechnique were gunned down simply because they were women. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your work on drafting this resolution. It's a really excellent resolution, and I think it's wholly appropriate that the municipality declare intimate partner violence to be an epidemic, because it is. Are there any further questions or comments on this resolution? Seeing none, then all in favor? That's carried. So item 12 is a confirmatory bylaw. The resolution is a bylaw 91, 2024, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores is hereby read a first, second, and third time, finally passed and sealed this 25th day of November, 2024. Is there a mover and seconder? The Vice Deputy Mayor, Councillor Stack. All in favor? That is carried. And finally, I have a resolution. This regular council meeting of November 25th, 2024 hereby adjourns at 10:57 p.m. Mover and seconder, Mayette and Davinsky, all in favor. Council stands adjourned. Have a good evening, everybody.